Oh, Clay. Glad you liked it. Oh. So, today. Add rendering method for particles. Right. Right. Where am I? I'm right here. Where are you? Huh. Holy sleepy. Oh. No, I wasn't gone. Alright. Basically, we need to write a rendering method. And for that, it's gonna need to be something like... I don't know. And then we need to go to Object, Render. Do I need to do this? I think not really. Let's steal the entire render script here. And then the Object C shader, that's... What does that refer to in this scenario? It's the C shader. Right. Change that to C shader. Oh. Gotta make new variables to fix those undeclared var errors, but how? We'll see. I'm not sure. Dispatch size. That's probably a vector 3 int. And rect size, that's gonna be, we're gonna pass in a particle here. LOT particle. Particle. And then we can say rect size. A rect is a vector for int. And that's particle dot current sprite dot rect. Actually, I don't know if it's dot rect or if it's text rect. Okay, that returns a rect. Do I just use a rect then? It's just there's no real difference between a rect and a vector 4. Like, it's the same thing. Maybe it has some built-in functions, I don't know. Whatever. Is this possible? No, they haven't implemented that. Ah, that sucks. Well, fine. Let's call it a rect then. And here we'll have to change W is height. This is width. Not that it matters which one is which there. If current sprite equals null. And Merry Christmas to you too. If particle dot sprite equals null. I was caching the rect, so I don't really know why we're doing that. And here we have modified position. That should be... This is going to be a little more tricky, but I think we can just say position for the time being. I'm not even sure if I'll have this. We might. Particle.current sprite. Object selected. That does not exist. Which means, actually, it should be set to 0. Combat sequence objects contains this. Let's say if it contains particle.target. Then we'll do that. Aren't they doing that? Because stuff like that is usually not good. Like, it works if you know exactly what the code is, but I haven't worked on this code in like 2 years. In this particular part. So I'm just gonna go through it manually. It would save like 0.5 seconds because I have to select everything and do Control F and then type it in, and like it takes time to do that too. Doesn't really matter. Clear dim. I don't really know what I should set that to. Object blend mode. I guess that's something. Particle data. We go to particle data. That's something we can add to a particle. LT blend. Well, blend mode. Where's the data? Render mode, that's what it's called. In which case... I think we'll rename it to blend mode. And also sometimes when you just do replace all, there might be something that you didn't realize looked or was written in a certain way that also gets replaced, and then you don't know that that got replaced, and then you don't know what the hell's going on anymore. Outline enabled should be 0. I don't think particles should ever be outlined. Combat alpha. W is height. For some reason, chat messages appear 15 seconds later. That's because YouTube is dog shit. Sorry to say. Oh, dispatch is just a vector 2. There's a Twitch channel too, and the difference is quite big. Z is width, W is height, pixel size. That's particle dot sprite dot. Current sprite dot pixel size. Where are we setting pixel size? Pixel there. But here it doesn't take a rect. So the rect size has to be a vector 4. We just have to convert it manually. Vector 4 rect size equals new vector 4 int. Oh, I forgot the comma. Rect is a float. Why? I mean, I guess. Let's base it on the texture rect then. Pixel size. It doesn't have a width. Well, fine then. We'll just convert it all to int. Oh, or we just use a vector 4. I don't know, I find this kind of weird. I don't know why you would store your texel rect as floats. I just find that weird. Because, like, the texture wouldn't be... Like, the texture is a texture, so it's gonna have integer size. So why is it in floats? Because I don't feel like this is like a scaling thing that's happening here. It's just the sprite. Because the sprite wouldn't be scaled. It would be the object that's scaled. That's what I don't understand. I know, right? Yeah, it's weird, I don't understand. But it's whatever. And now we have to change these back to the W. I actually named those wrong, but whatever. ZW. I guess it makes some sense here for calculating a pivot point, stuff like that. Maybe it's just stuff like that that's the reason. Just to make it easier to calculate things like that. Input world position, particle dot position. However, it's not necessarily that easy. It's do we do something like this? If particle dot target does not equal null, then we do one, else, and then we do another. So here we're gonna say particle dot target dot modified position plus particle position. And here it's just particle position. The idea then is that if the particle doesn't have a target, then its position is a world position. But if it does have a target, then its position is a local position. Based on the character or the object it's targeting's position. Object render index. This is what I'm not sure about. This might need rework. Which I'm not like super happy about. And right now, I think the particles are simply not gonna be colliders at all. Though I do think they should be. Like smoke, for example, should be a collider for light. And it shouldn't be a problem. The shader actually needs some rework because it's... this was the shader I made when I kind of started learning how to even make shaders and stuff like that. So it's got a lot of problems. But I have a greater understanding now of how things are supposed to work. And basically, you only have a certain amount of registers on the GPU that you can use. And if you exceed the register limit, you're gonna stall the GPU and it's gonna have to run more cycles in order to finish rendering. And a lot of the things I'm doing is just absolutely obliterating the registers. So I just need to find some time to go through it and try to minimize some of the things I'm doing. If I can. Because every time you like set a value that uses up registers, and that can be bad. And then I have for loops down here, and those for loops like reuse variables that I'm setting or that I'm assigning down here, or I'm initializing outside of the for loop. And that means that every single time that we like set that variable to a new value, we use a new register. So every single time, here for example, I have a loop. Well, I don't know if this matters. It might though, I'm not sure. But either way, like here we have Z normalized, which is set outside of the loop here instead of inside. That means that this keeps stacking up register usage every time. Instead, it should just be, because this is a float, right? So it should just say float Z normalized here. But I think Z normalized might even be a global. I'm not sure. We have way too many else ifs. No, I don't. Switches are stupid. They don't really help. Switches are fine, but it's not something that makes any difference. It's literally just a different way of writing else if. I use them sometimes. Otherwise, in most cases, an else if is just better. I just find them easier. Also, this is HLSL, which literally doesn't have switches. Where was I? I was looking for something. Here. Z normalized. Where is this set? Is this a global? It is. Is it used as a global? No, it's only used there. Okay, well then there's no reason for this to be here. Also, it's static. It's kind of stupid. I wonder how long the shader takes to compile. There was a while when it took like 120 seconds to compile. But I managed to fix most of that. But it's still not good. It needs to be fixed. 30 something. Still quite a lot. But yeah, this, what I'm doing up here, this here, this is like how you would do things. I don't know why I've set them to static, but this is kind of how you would do things in C#. You would have variables that are reused a lot, you're gonna use up here. But when you're writing shader code, it's the opposite. So this is actually really bad. So this needs to change. But right now, it runs okay. Like, it doesn't run well. For a pixel art game, it runs at like 300 FPS, which is actually really bad. But it runs like fine for now, so whatever. Also, we should simply set a position up here. Vector for int position equals if particle.target is not equal null, then position equals particle.target.modified position plus particle.position. Else I don't know why I wrote vector 4, that's vector 3. Else it's just particle.position. And we erase this again. Position only. This is also just position. Adjust by daylight color. Object render index. Is that needed? Yeah, that's for light casting. It doesn't matter at the moment, so let's just set this to -1. And adjust by daylight color. I think that might be something. So particle data. That, because it depends, right, what the particle is. If the particle is glowing, then generally speaking, I think it should probably not necessarily be adjusted by the daylight color. But if it's like a smoke particle, then it should be. So what's missing here? Object combat alpha. Fuck. I feel like this kind of blows. I don't know. This is a little difficult. Okay, we actually need some more variables, because the idea was that if the particle and the emitter have a target, then the position is relative to the target. But that doesn't actually work, because let's say you have a unit that is holding a torch and is then walking around. The emitter will then need to target the character to be able to follow it, but the particle needs to not follow it. So it's not as simple as that. We need more options. And I guess we just go to particle data and say public bool follow target. Or something. And here we have data module.value.object type equals persistent or greater than effect non-combat. I feel like this should be particle.target.data module. Then 1f, else if combat module equals null. And it doesn't have a combat module. Ever. So then we do something like that. Particle.target.data module. Color adjustments. I think for now we're just gonna say vector 4.z should it be 0 or 1? I think it's 0. Object opacity. Hence object alpha. Should the particle contain a color? I think maybe. But I mean, it definitely needs to contain opacity to some degree. If we have opacity, then maybe we should have color. I'm just thinking, because it's not so easy necessarily. Because when and how would I set color? Maybe for blood and stuff, I could change the coloration of the blood. Maybe. Particle, public. I don't know if I really want it to be a color. I think I might just set it to a vector 4. Which is a huge amount, by the way. That's a lot of bits. But I don't think it should be that big of a deal either way. Because I think my particles can be kind of heavy. I think, because I just don't really need... Don't really need them to do much. It's like, am I gonna use a particle system for like rain or something? Like in that case, that sounds heavy as fuck. I don't know if people do that. Apparently they do. How large could in bits could a rain particle practically be and still be performant? Typically between 32 and 128 bits. Wow, yeah, we're way above that. Position is computed procedurally on the GPU. How the fuck? Standard particle system. Typical per particle data layout. 3 floats or half floats. XYZ. 48 bits if half precision. 16-bit floats. 1 byte or 2 bytes. Lifetime or age. 1 byte or 2 bytes. Random variation. Hmm. Hmm. But the particle would need to contain its type. There's just no way to get around that. I guess if you're like generating rain streaks just using math, then you don't really necessarily need it. All particles use the same texture. Yeah, that's cute, but we still need to determine. I guess it depends on if you have like a shader that specifically just contains a texture. Like, yeah, I'm gonna run the rain shader, and it's not like particles. Like, it is a particle system, but it's like a particle system that's only for rain, for example. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay. I'm just thinking. I'm a little unsure. Because the way the game is rendered currently, it's a little unorthodox. And it also means that I can't use shaders in the typical way, necessarily. Like, I can't just make a rain shader that just, like, renders the rain in a certain way, because the rendering system is tied into everything. Like, maybe if I split up the shader into, like, a bunch of different calls, but I think that would be really difficult. So if I wanted to have, like, specific shader controlled functions for specific particles, I would need to write a function inside of my main shader for that. Like, normally you could just have a time, and then you can just run, like, the fire particle shader maybe. And the fire particle shader just has built in where it says, like, if time is greater than 4 plus variance, then we set the color to 0. Or the alpha to 0. And that's it. But now, I can't really do that, so it's either I have a function for, like, every particle type inside of the shader that says just exactly how it's going to use each variable that we actually have, or I just have like an alpha value inside of the particle, which makes the particle heavier. But again, it actually doesn't matter unless I want rain to be particle based, which that's why I'm looking at it, because I'm thinking maybe that could be the play. I'm not sure how I would do it otherwise. Because I could just make it be like an overlay or something, right? That would work. But having rain be a particle system, I also don't know how viable that would be, because am I really gonna sort every object together with every single rain particle? Does that make sense? Like, how many objects can I have that I have to sort together with particles before it becomes untenable? But I guess maybe the sorting isn't really that bad, because if I like despawn a rain particle that's like closer to the screen, that's just gonna get removed there. And if I then add another rain particle that's like over there, that's just like one thing that needs to change. So there might not be like that much sorting, but I think there still would. Because every time I spawn a new particle, it would end up like at the end of the list. And it's the sorting there that's the dangerous part. That's loud. Well, maybe not that loud. I'm gonna lower it there. But I think this is bad. You can't have color like that. But at the same time, I do want to have color like that. But I think it would be a byte. Like public byte RGBA. That's just 32. And I could make a class that's my own color. My own color struct, maybe. Like public struct LOT color public byte R GBA public LOT color but you can't do that. You can't have a parameterless struct unless you cheat. So this is then byte R, byte B, byte B, byte A. And I would like this to be convertible to a vector 4. How do you write that? Vector 3 int. Vector 3. Min, max, scale, clamp. Operator, vector 3. So you do vector 4. And then here we have LOT color. C dot A. And then this is a vector 4, C R G B. Right? And then we go back to particle. And then this is an LOT color. Color. Because then I can make blood be just white. And then I can just change the color to be red or green or blue or black or whatever. And then we can have any color blood. At the cost of 32 bits in the particle. Which I guess could be okay. So current sprite shouldn't be a thing. That's what we're getting. It doesn't need a sprite. It has a time index, so all it needs is public sprite, current sprite. Let's say current sprite with a large C, so we know it's a getter. Get return particle data dot animation dot get sprite by time index, and that's what we return. And then we don't have a current sprite, we just fetch it. That way we've obliterated that. The target, I find the target to be difficult. Let's not have position in this manner. Let's just have position raw, but we can rename it to position. But it's a vector 3. Yeah, it's gotta be a vector 3. Because logic, we have to logically affect the position there. And then we can just say public vector 3 int. Let's call it position raw. And here we have position with a large P. Get return position raw. Oh. Vector 3 int dot floor to int. It blows my mind that you can't just convert a vector 3 to a vector 3 int. It's like, I don't know. I don't know why they do stuff like that. It's like it's literally like one line. It takes less than 10 seconds to implement. And they were like, you know what? Yeah, a vector 3 should be able to be cast into a vector 3 int. But a vector 3 should not be able to be cast into a vector 3 int. That's stupid. Why would you ever want to cast a vector 3 into a vector 3 int? You know, a vector 3 int to a vector 3, that makes sense, but the other way around, that's just stupid. So instead we have this vector 3 int dot floor to int approach, which works, but it's just worse in every way. Because like what's the difference between just casting the floats and flooring the floats? Like, it's the same thing. It's just truncating versus flooring, and there's literally no difference between truncating and flooring that I know of. In fact, I imagine it's exactly the same. I don't know, because there is both floor and truncate. C# difference between floor and truncate. Floor always picks the lower integer. Truncate simply chops off the fractional part. This occurs... Oh, okay. Fair enough. It's when it's negative that it matters. Fair enough. So... if you have 1.1 and you truncate, you get 1. Wait, no, it doesn't matter. Truncation does not involve the sign of a number, but the floor calculation does. It's still the same. Like, what scenario? 1.93 whatever. Negative 1.9. Negative 1.2. If you floor this, you get 1. If you floor this, you get 1. If you truncate this, you get 1. If you truncate this, you get 1. Fuck you. Floor 0.1. Oh, okay. No, it's what? It's actually floor that's doing what I don't want it to do. Oh. Interesting. It's actually floor that's pushing a negative up, kinda. So if you have negative 0.1, that becomes -1. Huh. Okay, so it's really truncate I want to use all the time. Not floor. Luckily, the game only takes place in positive values. But if there's like a local value, this could be relevant. Hmm. Man. I'm tired. And the sorting layer override. Like, how big is this now? In reality, this position is too much. Because this is already 96 bits. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know what this is, but I think this is 8. That's 256. That's huge. So I'm thinking maybe the target here should be removed. And if it's a particle that needs to actually follow a target, then the emitter should handle it. Maybe. And this particle data as well. See, what's difficult here is that I feel like the particle needs to be able to render itself. Because the only other way to do it is for the particle emitter to do it. And I just can't sort it in a way where the particle emitter can handle the rendering. So I need to have access to the actual particle data. And sorting layer override. That also needs to be available here. Because, again, it's either I have the sorting layer override here, or I have access to the emitter here. And if I want to have vector 3, public struct LOT particle position, public float 16. Oh. Half? Unity float 16. Unity does not support float 16. That's insane. Alright, I guess that's just how it's gonna be. It's just a vector 3. I don't know if I don't think it's that big of a deal. Also, it's actually crazy to me how it seems like all of the shader stuff is so like tied in to the engine. Because when I look at Monogame, for example, I'm like, okay, Monogame doesn't support compute shaders. And I'm like, okay, but how? Because the way I see it, it would just be like a library, right? Like you would just add a library that's like a shader, right? and then it would work. You just use the library. But no, apparently that's not like you need more than that. And I don't understand it at all. Why that is the case. I haven't looked into that. But it blows my mind that it's in any way more complicated than that. Because it's like, okay, I want to send this and this and this data to a compute shader. Why does that compute shader have to be in any way like set up together with the framework? Why isn't that just like its own thing that you just send some data to and you get some shit back? You know? It's so weird. I don't get it. Vertex attribute format float 16. Okay, so that's just an enum. Float 16. Yeah, I don't think they've added it yet. Because I can't use integers. I have to have floating point for the position. So now the emitter will need to control this. If we need an override on the sorting layer for the particle, that needs to be set there. The question is it just easier? It's like size of enum C#. So it's 4 bytes. Like, there's no difference between having this sorting layer override and just accessing its container, which then lets me just access more things, including the override. Right. Same thing with the particle data. That can also be removed if we have the emitter. Well, the reason I had particle data was in case the emitter were to control multiple particle types. But if we don't do that, then we're down to 96, 128, 160, what, 4? Something? 196 something. 3, 4, 5, 6. 192. I mean, that's still heavy. But I think this is as small as it's gonna get. Because it's the position that's eating up this... all this data right now. More or less. Like, that's 92. Or 96 even. Right? So unless I get rid of color, I think this is it. And the emitter, it has a particle emitter data. Doesn't actually contain we could still have particle data. Particle data dict equals new dict. That way, if we go back to the particle, we can say emitter dot particle data dict, and then we access it by saying type of this. What do you mean this doesn't work? It's a class! Huh? This dot get type. Dot animation there. Yeah, that works. So then we can do the same thing. Sorting layer override. If the emitter dot sorting layer override, which it apparently doesn't have, oh, Shulk has gone. I'm alright. Then we need to do this. Dot sorting layer. Else, this is emitter. I'm working on a particle system for the game. Otherwise, we're working on a tactical turn-based RPG called Legends of Terrestria, which probably doesn't run right now, so... Git sorting sublayer. That. Get sorting index. Now we don't have a target, but we can say if the data doesn't contain follow target, like if we do this, if that, and then we say emitter.target, does not equal null. Always have a question in my mind for game dev, because you're by default reverse engineering skills, am I right? Like, you know, GDB, Ghidra, and Hydra. I have no clue what that means. Then emitter.target.modify position plus position with a large P, otherwise position with a large P. Emitter.target. How do you do dynamic debugging for your game or program? I don't know. I just use breakpoints. That's it. Sometimes I've used NVIDIA graphics or NVIDIA, you know, whatever they're called. NVIDIA have a bunch of programs. NVIDIA Compute and Nsight Compute and Nsight Graphics. I've used that. Well, I don't really have any use for any stuff like that. It's all. Oh, No, it's just called emitter. We don't have a target anymore. You have a color. Let's make public static LOT color one. Wait, am I doing this right? Return new. Hold on. No, it's like this. Static LOT color 1 equals new LOT color 1 1 1 1. And then we have one called 0. And it's just 0 0 0 0. Like that. And you build a struct which will be like object, all the game colors inherit from there. I don't need that. All I want is just a struct that's a color that takes bytes. This is specifically for my particles, so I can have a 32-bit, a color that's just, the entire struct is just 32 bits. And then by default, it's just gonna be 1. I think. I'm not sure if it should be 1 or null. Either way, it doesn't really change anything, but... it could be a class. Is my particle a class? Should the particle be a class? I don't think it should be a class. Or should it be a class? Maybe it should. What's the particle for? It's just all particles. Hmm. Hmm. I could get rid of the color here too. Because I was thinking of like, okay, I could have the same emitter produce different colors. But I think maybe that's stupid. However, it's not like entirely. Hmm. Hello, Polly. Couldn't sleep. That's rough. Hope you're doing good otherwise. Hmm. Are you gonna help me when you're not a game dev? No, it's not about stuff like that. I just need to figure out what I'm doing. The snow kept coming in. Damn. Clearing the snow. What am I doing? It's been 2 hours, so my brain is gonna shit itself. What's the current Terrestria at War project? Well, Terrestria at War is the tabletop. Here we're doing Legends of Terrestria, which is the video game. But for Legends of Terrestria, I'm currently implementing a particle system because I want to be able to have like fires and stuff on characters, or little spark effects from torches and stuff like that. Also blood effects on the ground. But I've never implemented a particle system before, so I'm going a little bit back and forth. I'm not really sure exactly how everything should be. How my monitor's flashing. Give me a second. Ooh. I think this monitor's probably on the way out. For a while it was like, the screen was like freezing a bit. And now it's just randomly blinking now and then. Not that often, but sometimes. Actually, I'll be right back. Okay, so what else do we need to do now? We have a current sprite. We don't have a color. Make blood effects a DLC? Sounds like a great idea. This is position raw. particle data. Don't need that. We need particle emitter. Let's rename this to particle emitter. Update is particle data.update. And then that's going to be particle emitter.particle data type. Particle emitter.particle data dict this.get type.update. Set data. We don't necessarily need that. I need LOT particle emitter. Particle emitter. Actually, let's see. Let's undo that. I feel like this should exist somewhere. There are too many. Particle. It's in the combat module. Here we create a particle emitter, and then we do emitter.setData. And then that creates particle types. Emitter data particle types.count. And then we can say something like particle data dict.clear. And then we do the same thing there for emitter data particle types.count. We can say particle data dict.add emitter data particle types by what is this? It's a list of types. Don't know if I need to do this. What if we go back to the particle again? What am I doing right now? It's the update. Particle data. But this is just fine, right? But this is the particle emitter, particle data dict. And this is what I just created. And this is not what we need. We can just say main controller dot particle data dict. And that's where it is. That way we can just access that there. And we run an update there. But this update needs to take a particle so it says this. That way the way this works is that the particle itself is of a certain type. It's like an ignite particle, or it's a rain particle, or it's whatever. And then in order to run its update, what we're doing is we are storing the particle data in the main controller instead of a dictionary that uses the type of the particle as the key. So we then access the dictionary, we run the update through the particle data, then we run the update by passing in the particle, and then the update itself is going to run like moving it and stuff like that, and handling what we're doing with the colors based on time. When is it starting to like fade and stuff like that. And I actually think it should be like this. We don't actually have set data. Particle data doesn't have access to the particle. Reset particle. It doesn't even have a sprite, so there's nothing to reset there. Particle emitter time index. Reset particle. Particle emitter equals null. time index equals no, 0. But the question here is, what does reset mean? Yeah, I don't know. I think this one's gonna change. This is gonna be like delete particle or something, or release particle. If we just, because I'm not using this anyway, we call this release particle. Then we can set this to null. So set data isn't really something that we're doing at all then. And here, we are creating a new emitter. We're setting the data to ignite, which adds it to the main controller's particle data dict. We're setting the target of the emitter. We initialize the emitter data. And that's where in the particle emitter data database, we then have an ignite initialize here, where we're going to create a certain amount of particles, and we then don't have a target. Particle also doesn't have particle data. Fuck, this doesn't work. God damn. I have two options. Either I add a type variable to the particle, or I make every particle be a type. And I don't know if it matters which I do, because I imagine that the type itself also takes up memory. In C#, if I have a base class and then create a new class that inherits from the base class, does this take up any memory? Or, like, it has to. I don't understand how it wouldn't. For example, would creating a ignite particle take up the same amount of memory as creating a class particle that contains a type variable? You're only creating types in metadata, and the memory cost of that is negligible. A few dozen bytes. This cost is per program, not per particle instance. Creating a subclass does not make each particle larger in memory. So, fuck. I kind of don't want to have like a whole list of particles. And this doesn't work. Because this particle is particle data. And that means that the particle cannot actually access it, because the particle is of the particle type, not the particle data type. So this is fucked. This doesn't work. What's wrong with the particle list? Well, it's just that I have a particle emitter class, I have a particle emitter database, which contains a database of particle emitters. And then I have a particle data class, which contains like the information the particle needs. like what sprite it uses and stuff like that, what animation it has. Then I have a particle data database, right? So it would mean that I would need to have a particle database, and then I'd need to have just every single particle type would need to be a particle. But even then it doesn't work, because what I was trying to do was I was trying to use the particles type in order to access the data. But if the data is stored using in a dictionary, using the data's type as the key, then we can't actually access that with the particles type, because those would be different types even if they have the same name. So that doesn't work. So in order for me to be able to access the data, I actually need to have something here. And I think it just needs to have a type. Like I could have the particle data here. That's what I was doing before. That way we can just access the particle data, but it does eat up 32 additional bits. And then now we're up to 3, 4, 5, 6, 192 bits, which is pretty heavy, at least according to ChatGPT. But I do think it's probably right-ish in this scenario, but it all depends. Because here it says, like, rain effects can use very high particle counts, 20k to 100k, right? And even if I make the entire screen rain and I use particles to actually, like, generate rain in the game, I don't think we would have 20k particles. Because if we say that the rain takes up like 4 pixels, if I fill the entire screen with rain particles, I would have 129,000. And that's not how many particles you would want. Why not use pre-rendered sprite effects? Well, that's what they are. But the particle system still needs to exist to place those particles. See, I've made these fire particles here. And this is what a particle is. It's not necessarily just a literal particle. It's just a way to place a texture. Lightweight. So, like, I already have that. And either way, no matter how you slice it, things need to be placed in the world. And I could make like this sprite have like fire animations or whatever, if I wanted to like quadruple the amount of frames at least, of like every character. So that doesn't make any sense. It needs to have particles. I was concerned you were trying to build your own emitters. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. But even then, like the emitters just emit particles, and those particles might just be a little flame animation like this. The emitter part is not very difficult. It's just a way to like spawn particles of a certain type, and that's kind of it. Right now I'm just looking at like really what the particle should contain to make it not be huge. But it is ending up kind of huge. But I think it's an okay size. Because we are limited to like it's not a 2D space. It is actually a 3D world. But we are limited to a strict camera view. And we are limited to 960 x 540 resolution. Which means that no matter what, we will have a much lower potential for particle counts, like total, which means that I think it would be okay for them to be a bit bigger, even though they shouldn't necessarily need to be, but I think I would need to do a lot of reworks for it to be otherwise. I don't really understand how I would make like a rain particle that is like procedurally generated in terms of positions and stuff like that. I don't understand that at all. Like it would still need to store the position. I don't know if ChatGPT is lying to me. It might be. Of course it would need a position. Otherwise in the next update you wouldn't know what was happening. Can't track the particles or anything. And even if you have generated the positions procedurally, now you have that data anyway. So it doesn't make any sense. I don't know what it's talking about. I think it's bullshit. That's a dog. Ooh. And that means that we have to do a bunch of control Zing here. Because I removed the set data. And the particle data should now... No, the particle data doesn't need... No, it shouldn't be referenced. But particle data should be... that. And if that's the case, I think I still need the emitter. Emitter.setData. And then we do emitter database initialize. We request a new particle. Particle dot set data. Set it to that. Losing brain power. So let's see, where do we have any errors? Ignite, particle data, override, update, LOT, particle. Current sprite. We're not setting that there. We're not setting time index there. Or are we? Let's see. Go to base. Particle data. Particle database update. The particle itself will set time index. Which means that we don't need to set a time index here. The particle database, the particle data doesn't need to contain a time index at all. In fact, it shouldn't contain a time index. Nor should it contain transparency, because it's not actually setting anything. Yeah, it's not setting anything in itself. It's just supposed to be, I don't know what to call it, but we're supposed to just affect the particle that's being sent in. So the particle and the emitter and the target there. And then we have particle.timeIndex. And then that loops. Right? And that's it. And then we still have tons of errors over here. Oh, we got everything I made in the beginning is now fucked. So the particle.currentSprite. The particle dot. Okay. So it's current sprite with a large C. The particle doesn't have a target, but the particle's emitter does. And here, of course, a vector 3 cannot be implicitly converted to a vector, or a vector 3. Yeah, vector 3 can't be implicitly converted to a vector 3 int. Can't be explicitly converted, so we have to. And I want to point out that there's no actual trunk to int, so you can only floor to int, which is kind of retarded. There's no good way to convert the position, but floor to int works in this scenario, but I do think it's dumb as hell. I removed the color. But it does need an alpha, regardless. Which is a little bit... Nah, it's fine. The alpha can be a float. Because it's gonna be set based on the time. But I feel like maybe it should have another byte for like variants or variant. I think that's something I actually have to have. So now we're officially over 200 bits on the particle. Oh my god, it hasn't even been 3 hours yet. Oh my god. Time moving slowly today? Yep. Oh, I'm tired. Not full power. I don't want to go outside. Also, it's impossible right now. It's been above freezing for several days. So the ground is just ice. We can try standing for a bit. Also, I still think I'm just tired from last week. I think I can still feel that. I don't drink coffee anymore. I can't. I quit coffee. I quit tea as well. Now I'm only drinking mint tea. Because it doesn't contain any caffeine as far as I know. So it's all over. I don't have any sugar either. I don't have any... Oh. So tired. I also get just low energy this time of year. Also, I started exercising this week again for like the 1000th time. So I'm probably tired from that too. I'm just tired. I think I mostly just have some sickness left, but yeah. And I don't know. I don't know what's going on with me. I'm always feeling kind of crummy anyway, so. Hey. Let's switch camera. I have 2 cameras because I'm an elite streamer. There we go. Let's boot up Project Gorgon so I can go and start an AFK hangout with another NPC so I can AFK get rewards. Hell yeah, we learned how to make scrambled eggs. Doesn't have any more hangouts. I don't think anyone here has any more hangouts. Already had sex with him. No one there. Don't worry about it. I don't think he has any. Well, maybe he does have a hangout. Let's go and check. No, he doesn't. I'm not sure anyone here does. Path of Exile 2 on Friday. But until then, we'll be programming. I don't think I can loot this yet. No. I don't think he has a hangout. No. Let's see if she has a hangout. Otherwise, I'm gonna teleport back to the first town. Just do some hangouts there again. I don't think she has a hangout though. Nope. Then let's go teleport. Or maybe she has a hangout, but I doubt it. Sammy? No hangout. He's still alive. I have 2 characters. This one is softcore, so no permadeath. Just so, like, I was just playing it offline, or when I wasn't streaming. And I also wanted to have a backup character in case I just die. Teleport. Sir Koth, you want to hang out? He does. For 2 hours. I'm still hanging out there. Alright. I hate that mechanic, I'll be honest. I hate stuff like that. Things that make me, like, feel like I need to log in to do something when I'm not playing the game. It's just awful. Or, like, have to log in to do daily stuff. What are your thoughts on Last Epoch releasing the DLC class? I honestly don't care that much because I don't really like Last Epoch that much. I think they would be better off like, releasing like paid expansions or something if they're gonna go that route. I guess. I don't know. Like I don't think most people would have an issue with like a $15 paid expansion, but it also kind of limits your player base, I guess. I do think it's a hurdle compared to just being free to play. But I also don't have an issue with paid expansions. But they also did sell out to like the worst publisher in the entire industry, or one of them. So I don't know what the future really holds for them. But I do think a paid class is bad, because the reality is like $15 for a class is bullshit. $15 is what like an entire expansion should cost. So it kind of creates that as well. It's like, okay, do I really want to pay that much for just a fucking class? I don't know, man. I had already given up on playing the game before that anyway, so I don't know. It's just not that fun. It feels like pastel-y and weird. It's not very immersive. The classes are all the character models look like ass. Most skills don't look or feel that cool. I don't know. I don't know how much money it is. If it's just $5, then I don't care at all. Last Epoch paid class. $. Chat GPT. How expensive is the upcoming Last Epoch DLC class supposed to be? It will be sold separately as a paid DLC. The price has not yet been announced. I doubt it's anything below $10. Like the how much was the Necromancer D3 price? Yeah, the Necromancer for Diablo 3 was $15. And that released when they were still like not even doing seasons. Like the game was already dead and they're like, okay, here's a Necromancer. I'm like, okay, thanks. Here's double Loot Goblin League. Okay, cool. Great. Object opacity. We have opacity and we have object alpha. I think the object alpha In this scenario, I think we're just gonna... This is a little tricky. Particle.alpha. Divided by 255. Oh. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I don't know if I'll be able to get my head back in the game at all. We'll see. Object Combat Alpha. Particle dot emitter dot target. Clear dim. I don't really know what this is supposed to be. Where does that come from? This is not a thing. Okay. It's an uninitialized boolean that's never used. Is it actually used in the shader code? It is. I think this should actually be removed, but let's just set it to false now. I'm gonna type should probably be removed entirely from shader and scripts. Set texture, particle.currentSprite. With a large C, particle.currentSprite with a large C, large C, large C. Optimize current sprite by caching. And here we're checking if the particle and the object is outside of the screen. And if it is, then it's deactivated. But right now we don't have that, so whatever. If active. There we go. Fixed. Particle dot emitter dot target. Hit stop. Hit stop is kind of weird. That it's a local variable here, because hit stop should actually be a variable in here, in the main script. Time combat. Public float hit stop. Why are there errors here? And I'm not seeing anything. There. Dispatch size equals vector 2. And there we go, it's gone. Alright. Is that it? Render particle. Late update. Here in late update, we're updating sort. We're doing sort entities when update sorting order is true. So there are many things that need to set this then. Particle. So here we have a position. We have a position raw. What we need to do is we need to just say it's a little annoying. I think it needs to be a getter. Public. Well, if we did just create a setter in the position, and then we say position raw. No. Public vector 3 set position, let's call it that. Set value, no, position raw. Equals value. But it also needs a getter to be able to do plus equals, I think. And what we need to do then is we need to say main controller dot control dot Update sorting order was true. Oh, actually, what we'll say is if position raw does not equal value, then we'll do that. And since we've already checked, we can just say that we only change the position raw if the value changes. So that's one step. What if we just do this, and then we call this position raw with a big P. The reason, like, I don't like having getters and setters. I hate them. But the reason I don't want it to be a function is because I want to be able to just set the value, and I want to be able to add or subtract from the value. Therefore, it has to be a getter and a setter, right? And we also want to say request particle update sorting order equals true. I'm not sure where else. The particle emitter moving. The particle emitter also needs to have getter and the setter in the same manner. Something like that. I should have just copied them. Oh, whatever. Look for errors. Particle.position raw. This is initializing the particle. Let's just say position. Yeah. Cannot modify the return value. Fuck me. There's always some bullshit. What if position raw is just the getter, and then we say that it's a ref? And then we make another one called position set position raw that contains the setter. Man, how can you do this? But where did it go? Did I do it in the particle? Yeah, no, it's not in the particle. Maybe it needs to be in the particle too, but... Dude, where was I? No, it is the particle. I want to be able to say position raw.x equals. Is that impossible with the getter and the setter? Must return a mutable struct or class that exposes an X field or property. Yeah, properties return values. I know that. How can we do the ref return? Public class particle vector 3 position. No, you can't do it. Yeah, it's not possible. Unless you can, like, overload a property. No. Oh. Dude, where was I? Swear to God. Sometimes. So we can access the position, and we can edit the position, or we can edit the X inside the position directly by just taking position raw.x. But there's no way to do that via the getter and the setter. But I mean, if I just do... Like, I feel like if you do a getter and a setter like this, or a getter that's a ref, shouldn't that be a setter? Like, in and of itself. Fuck. Apparently, yes. Yes. Okay, so that works. Okay. Fine. Yeah, okay. Thanks for nothing, ChatGPT. The solution here seems simply... Sometimes I just tell it what the solution was. Exactly. Yeah, you didn't tell me that at all, though. Fuck you. Fuck yourself. Either way, that doesn't solve the issue. So it doesn't matter. Fuck. Because with that, I cannot determine whether we are editing it or not. Right? So I have no idea what's happening. So I can't use this. Hello, Glay. Yep. We're still coding. I'm tired. Had GPT get an attitude with me last week. I told it that its solution didn't work, and it said, well, I can't magically solve all your problems. Well, hey, at least it gave up. I had a similar issue where... Well, I was using it to do a bunch of complicated things. I tried using it to... I tried using it to write a bunch of HLSL code to implement... I don't know what it's called. But it's like this kind of system where if you have like 4 points and they all have different values, like 8, 7, 2, 1, whatever. A system where you get like any point within this, and it's just like an average of all of these. There are many ways to do this, I think, and I was trying to get it to implement that, and none of it, like all of it, like half worked, but it just kept like making it just longer and longer and longer and longer and longer and more complicated. And I did the same thing when I was trying to. I was working on our website, and I wanted to just animate the text for the title when you enter the page the first time, but not when you change to like a subpage. And this is like impossible, apparently. It's apparently a very known thing that's like more difficult to do than it needs to be. So I asked ChatGPT how to do it, and it's the same thing there. It just gave me like 400 different solutions. But eventually I figured it out. And it was like the first one that it gave me that was like the right one. Yeah, it usually does. Unless you can supply it with something where it's like... something that's actually pertinent, that you might not have given it the first time properly. Then it can... and improve, but otherwise, no. Usually not. I haven't really used it to try to make, like, actually write code often. I think it's literally only 2 times. But apparently we have no errors right now. And then here. Let's try replacing this then. For entity list dot count if entity list I dot get type equals LOT particle type of, then we're gonna say well, let's do this. Type particle type. Object type. I actually only need one of them. Then we're gonna say render particle entity list I as an LOT particle, else LOT object entity list I dot render we'll see what happens. Well, the objects render. Not very well. Well. Alright. There we go. What's the first crash? The key given was not present in the dictionary. Ignite initialize. Set data. Type of ignite. Particle. Ignite particle emitter. But we've already done emitter.setData. So in here, particle emitter database. Wait, hold on. Oh, so complicated. This is initializing the emitter data. And here we are fetching this. So I guess this is where we should set. We request an emitter, we do set data, fetching an ignite. It's creating an instance of the emitter data. And then we're checking the emitter data for particle types. But the emitter data needs to initialize that particle types. Particle database. Particles status effects ignite. Type of But again, I think this should actually just be one particle type, so it's not a list, but it doesn't matter that much. We can change that later. Because I was just unsure, like, should Should I be making every part, like emitter, be just very basic and then just use more emitters? Like if the fire is supposed to transition into smoke, should that then, like Knight was saying something about making the particle become an emitter. So maybe then the particle should just become one emitter, and then we just maybe have multiple smoke emitters that just like control one smoke particle more or less, and then we just get rid of the emitter later. I guess. It just feels a little inefficient, I guess. Try again? I think it's relatively close to functioning, but we'll see if it's got any super annoying issues here. Immediate crash. Still got the same issue, I think. Yeah. Set data. Particle data dict type of ignite. Wait, hold on. This is the wrong ignite. Well, we're somewhere different now. What is not set? Update. Particle. Particle data. Update. Main controller. This. Particle emitter dot target dot combat module dot burning stage 1. Particle, where are we now? This is the particle emitter database. So, no, this is our emitter data. So particle dot emitter equals particle emitter. Okay, how about now? Index was out of range. Sort entities. Does it say object list any more times in here? All right. Let's try again. Typos. Now what? Get current sprite, render particle, current sprite. Oh. Object reference and offset to instance of an object. Particle data dot animation. Is the particle data not assigned? How is the particle data not assigned? Or is it the animation? I wish it would. Like, Unity's errors are fucking dog shit. Like, I'll be honest, I hate them so much. It just doesn't show you anything. Bro, what is not assigned? Which variable? Is it particle data? Is it animation? It might be particle data. But like here I'm using set data on the emitter. And then the emitter is initializing. Emitter database, initialize. So here we're setting the particle emitter, the particle set data, particle types 0, set to ignite. Ignite is supposed to have an animation. So, in other words, we'll have to do, I don't know. We'll have to do that. Maybe we can check what's wrong then. The animation is null. Why the fuck is the animation null, bro? Particle status effect ignite. Yeah? Animation null. Set data, particle. Main controller, we've already set this, right? So this is the particle emitter data. So in the combat module, we are requesting an emitter. Then we run set data on the emitter for the emitter data. That sets that there. And particle data dict. This is supposed to get set to the particle types emitter data dot particle types. Emitter data type. It's getting sent in there. And so emitter data dot particle types. That's a list of types. Particle emitter database. Particle types. Added there. So we create the emitter data. We set the particle emitter to be this. Then we check if the particle data dict contains the particle types that exist inside emitter data in particle types. That's ignite, right? That's in, oh, this is so confusing. Here, particle types, ignite, and then we're creating the particle data of the particle type, right? Inside of particle data dict. And that means that the ignite is created. Are you telling me it's like creating it without running its constructor? Maybe? Still same issue. No animation. How can it not have an animation? Is it this that's wrong? It looks correct. Status effects folder. Wait. No, that's wrong. Status effects particle data path. What we need. It might have been working all along, though I don't think so. It's always fun when somehow every single step of the way is broken. Like, not a single part worked. Still same. Resources, graphics folder. That's graphics folder. Graphics. Particles folder. Yeah, that's wrong. We need sprite sheet folder here as well. Sprite sheets, particles, status effects, and then ignite. Sure. Like I said, every step of the way, even the data path was bugged. Everything. The way I was loading it, everything. Render particle. Null reference. What, current sprite? Whoa, what is the issue? Render particle. What? You're telling me it doesn't have a sprite? How can you not have a sprite? Like, get sprite, time index. But like, look. How? So we run get sprite. And then we run the error. But it's not the same error this time. Huh? So now it's like the animation, we're not failing to reference the animation, but now we're just not getting a sprite. Did I attach? I hope I attached. I didn't attach. What? Particle current sprite is null. Sure, but get sprite animation is now not null. We go in with the time index. Get sprite. We have a time, 0.3. Start time plus duration. What the fuck is happening, dude? Whoa. Start time 0, end time 1. If frames dot start time is like, why is if frames dot start time is greater than time and frames I dot end time is less than time, right? So my time is 0.03. So if we look at the frames, we look at the first frame, it has a start time of 0 and a duration of 1, which means an end time of 1. Which means the start time would have been 0, greater than or equal to time, and the end time would have been less than time. But it didn't return. Oh! Why the fuck? Like, why? The code just, like, huh? Like, am I blind? Am I reversing this somehow? If time... Oh no, it's reversed. If start time is greater than or equal to time, yeah, it's reversed. This is why always put the thing that you are actually comparing first. Otherwise, you always get confused. Time is less than end time. Fuck me. Like, everything is wrong. Everything. Nope, it's not. It's not attached. Well, let's run it, see if it crashes somewhere else without having to attach it. At least we're we are moving forward. That's good, but it feels like shit. It doesn't work, but it's cool that it doesn't crash, but it doesn't work. It kind of does work, but we don't have any particles anywhere, right? Like, these particles are pre-made. Like, I put these on the sprite, so it's working. It's just not visible for whatever reason. So I guess the next question is, why is it not visible? Is it a dispatch issue? So hard to tell. But it doesn't crash, and you can see it keeps repeating get sprite over and over, which means they exist. Like, we actually have particles at the moment. I'm not sure if we can see them here, but let's see if we can. Debug. We have object list here. What we need is the entity list. I mean, I don't think that the entities can really be... Where's the particle list? Particle list. Particle, it's under effects. Particle, emitter, or particle pool. Combat. Text audio. Here's audio. Music. Debug. Particle active effects. Timeline. Portraits. Yeah, they don't show. Serializable. Particle active pool. Right? So I have a particle here that's at 191.14.4 Z10. That's a massive fucking 10. Z minus 15. 38 Z. But this should be raw position. And you can see they are... You can see it actually kind of works because the time index is looping within the parameters of a tier 1 burning condition. But it's not rendering. The question there is just which step of the way is causing that. We can check particle render, or render particle. And then we simply stop it here. And in the particle, we have this, get rid of that. We're pretty much done for today. I doubt we'll get this working here. But we're really close. It's just not rendering for some reason. Like, it's not crashing, it's not doing anything. They exist, they just don't show. Right, so it's got that shit. The rect size is 911. Yeah, that might be accurate. 911, yes. So we have a position. Well, that might explain a thing or two. Its position is 1735. Actually, that might be accurate. We're kind of far to the right on this map. No, that explains some of it, at least. Right. Because the position has been set. Like, we're setting the position based on the... like, where it's being set. So it's getting multiplied over. So it's, like, super far away. What happens if we... Actually, let's... Well... Like, I didn't feel like it was that far away, but it could have been close enough to the wall that it was, like, getting rendered under the building. So let's try being here. No. But that's definitely an issue. Particle position is being set to global when it should be local. We have a position of 254. Could be this. Alpha equals 1. Or 255 even. It might just be that. The alpha is just set to 0. No. That's not enough. Could be that. It could be this. I'm not sure. But I think the render index only refers to light and shadow effects, which we can deal with later. Let's try it again. Nah. One more test. Let's do an attach. We'll see what it says. Atlas position, combat dim is set, clear dim is false, object blend mode is normal, object opacity is 255 divided by 255, which is 1. Flat color adjustment 0, mult 1. That's what... Reset color, mult 1, flat 0, right? Yeah. So that should be good. Outline enabled 0. Set float. This one, combat alpha. I'm not entirely sure what's gonna happen here. If object type is dynamic, then 1F. It should be set to the same as the object, so it should be fine. Dispatch size set to 2:2. Yeah, that's fine. Main text current sprite dot texture status effect ignite. That's how it's done, right? Current sprite dot texture, yes. We set a pivot. Pixel size is texture dot pixel size. Yes. Unless getting the pixel size is different from the value I'm getting here, right? Which it might be. I don't know. Pixel size 0.9. That's only 2 values. Pixel rect size. Input world position. Now here it says negative 25Z, which means that it doesn't exist. Unfortunately. And everything else should be okay, I think. Render offset. Dispatch size. Next particle. Position -9. Alright. But that'll be that for now. I have other things I have to do as well, so particle positions are being set to negative Z value. So, we'll probably do more programming tonight. Can't promise though. It's been kind of a late evening. So I'm gonna go and eat, and then I have to do some writing, and then we'll see. If I feel like I have time and energy, I might do something. Otherwise, I can't promise we'll stream tonight. But we'll see. Anyway, until next time, thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye-bye.